Hello there, and welcome to Sleepy Nights. This is Kevin, and tonight we'll dive into a collection of Scottish tales. In ancient Scotland, young William Wallace grew up hearing the stories that would shape his destiny. Born around 1270, he spent his early childhood in a Scotland that had known peace under King Alexander III, where children played safely in village squares, and farmers worked their fields without fear. According to tradition, William's father, some sources name him Malcolm, others Alan, was a minor noble who may have ensured his son received an education. Like many sons of minor nobles, William might have learned to read Latin alongside his native tongue, though the exact details of his upbringing remain shrouded in the mists of time. What we do know is that he grew up in a family that valued Scottish independence and passed down stories of their ancestors. The stories tell us that in the evenings, by the warm glow of the hearth, William heard the old tales. Stories of Scottish kings who ruled justly, of warriors who defended their people, of a land where freedom was as natural as breathing. Though we cannot know his father's exact words, we can imagine the values that shaped young William. That courage matters more than comfort, that some things are worth fighting for, that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things when they stand for what they believe. The family's estate was modest but peaceful. William spent his days learning swordcraft from his fathers and uncles, but also studying with the local priest, who recognized the boy's keen intelligence. He learned to appreciate both the strength of the warrior and the wisdom of the scholar, understanding that true leadership required both. Young William grew tall and strong with a gentle nature that belied his impressive physical presence. Villagers spoke of how he would help elderly neighbours with their harvests, how he treated the poorest farmer with the same respect he showed to nobles, how he seemed to carry himself with a quiet dignity that drew people to him. But this peaceful childhood would not last forever. When William was in his 20s, the tranquil world of his youth shattered like glass. King Alexander III died suddenly, leaving Scotland without a clear heir. The great nobles of Scotland, unable to agree among themselves, made a fateful decision. They asked King Edward I of England to help choose their next ruler. Edward, known as Longshanks for his imposing height, saw an opportunity. Rather than simply mediating, he declared himself overlord of Scotland and installed John Balliol as a puppet king. Scottish nobles were forced to swear fealty to the English crown, their ancient independence dissolving like ice in spring. William watched as English soldiers marched through Scottish towns, collecting taxes and enforcing Edward's harsh laws. He saw proud Scottish nobles bend their knee to foreign masters, faces grim with humiliation. The cheerful markets of his childhood became subdued, weary places where people spoke in whispers and cast nervous glances at English guards. At his family's small castle, William's father Malcolm faced an impossible choice. Swear loyalty to Edward, keep his lands, or resist and lose everything, perhaps including his life. The decision tormented him, for he had raised his son to believe in Scottish independence, yet now faced the practical reality of superior English force. "What would you have me do?" Malcolm asked his son one evening as they walked the battlements of their modest keep. Setting sun painted the Scottish countryside, shades of gold, purple. William looked out over the land his family had protected for generations. "I would have you do what your heart tells you is right, father, whatever the cost." Malcolm nodded, pride and sorrow mingling in his expression. He knew his son's answer revealed not just wisdom beyond his years, but a courage that would one day change the face of nations. The spark that would ignite William Wallace's legend came from a personal tragedy that reflected the suffering of all Scotland. When English officials murdered his beloved wife for the simple crime of helping Scottish resistance fighters, something unbreakable formed in William's heart. Standing in the ruins of his former life, William faced a choice. He could retreat into private grief, accepting the English occupation as unchangeable fact. Or he could transform his pain into purpose, his loss to a greater cause than himself. He chose to fight. But William Wallace was no ordinary rebel. Where others saw only the overwhelming military might of England, he saw possibility. Where others felt despair at Scotland's divisions, he saw the potential for unity. His first acts of resistance were calculated and surgical, attacking English patrols, liberating Scottish prisoners, always striking quickly and disappearing into the Highland mists. Word spread through Scotland like wildfire a young man from Renfrewshire, was standing up to the English, and he was winning. Not just battles, but hearts. Farmers left their ploughs, craftsmen set down their tools, and even some nobles began to take notice. Here was someone who refused to accept defeat, who spoke of Scottish freedom as if it were not just possible, but inevitable. William's charisma lay not in grand speeches or royal bloodlines, but in his absolute conviction. When he spoke of Scotland's right to govern itself, people believed him because he so clearly believed it himself. When he promised that ordinary Scots could defeat professional English soldiers, his confidence became contagious. We fight not because we seek glory, he would tell the growing bands of followers, but because freedom is not something that can be granted or taken away by kings. It lives here, he would say, touching his heart, and here, touching his head. And no army on earth can conquer what exists in the spirit of free people. By 1297, William Wallace had become more than a local leader. He had become a symbol. Across Scotland, men began to whisper his name with hope, rather than speaking in the defeated tones that had marked the early years of English occupation. But with growing influence came growing responsibility. And William knew that scattered raids, however successful, would not be enough to free Scotland. So the moment for decisive action came when Andrew Moray, another Scottish noble fighting English rule, sent messengers to William. The two men, though they had never met, recognized in each other the same unwavering commitment to Scottish independence. And so, they agreed to coordinate their efforts and face the English in open battle. Now, the choice of battlefield would be crucial. English armies excelled in direct confrontation on open ground, where their heavy cavalry and professional soldiers held overwhelming advantages. William and Andrew needed terrain that would neutralize these strengths, while allowing Scottish determination to shine through. They found it. They found it at Stirling Bridge, the narrow stone bridge over the River Forth created a natural bottleneck. Any army crossing would be strung out, vulnerable, unable to use its full strength at once. Local knowledge told them exactly when to strike. Not too early, when the English could retreat, but not too late, when too many would be across. The timing would have to be perfect. As English forces approached Stirling, William addressed his army. An army with a mixture of Highland warriors, lowland farmers, craftsmen, and younger sons of noble families. They were outnumbered, out-equipped, and by conventional military wisdom, outmatched. Before us lies an enemy that believes we are defeated before we begin, William told them. They see farmers and merchants, not warriors. They see Scots with their English discipline. But they cannot see what we carry in our hearts. The love of our homeland and the certainty that freedom is worth any sacrifice. The night before the battle, as his men prepared their weapons and made peace with their fears, William walked among them, not as distant commander, but as a friend and fellow Scot. He spoke with the young men about their families, listened to the old warriors share their wisdom, and reminded everyone why they fought. September 11, 1297. Dawn clear and bright over Stirling Bridge. William Wallace and Andrew Murray positioned their forces carefully, hidden from English view, but ready to strike the moment conditions were perfect. The English army, confident in their superiority, began crossing the narrow bridge without proper reconnaissance. William waited. English knights clattered across the stone span in their heavy armour, followed by men-at-arms and archers. The Scottish forces remained concealed, disciplined in their patience despite the enormous tension. Every man understood that timing would mean the difference between victory and annihilation. When exactly the right number of English forces had crossed, enough to be formidable, but not enough to be overwhelming, William gave the signal. The Scottish army erupted from concealment like a breaking dam. Warriors who had been farmers and craftsmen just months before fought with the fury of men defending their children, their homes, their identity as Scots. The battle was fierce but brief. Caught in an impossible position, with the bridge behind them creating chaos as reinforcements tried to cross. The English forces found their advantages neutralized. Scottish spears and axes, wielded by men fighting from their freedom, proved devastatingly effective. When the fighting ended, the English army was shattered. The English power in Scotland collapsed almost overnight. But the victory came at a terrible personal cost. Andrew Murray, William's co-commander and friend, died from wounds received in the battle. Standing on the battlefield at Stirling Bridge, surrounded by the evidence of impossible victory, William Wallace understood that everything had just changed. No longer was he a local rebel leader. He had become guardian of Scotland, responsible not just for military success, but for the hopes and the dreams of an entire nation. The news of Stirling Bridge spread across Europe like wildfire. The invincible English army had been defeated by Scottish farmers and craftsmen. More importantly, it proved that Edward Longshanks was not invincible. That resistance was possible, that freedom was achievable. With victory came the enormous responsibility of governing a nation at war. William Wallace, now guardian of Scotland, faced challenges that would have tested the most experienced ruler. He had to organize a country's defense while building its government. Unite quarreling nobles while maintaining the loyalty of common soldiers, and prepare for the inevitable English counterattack. William approached these tasks with the same principled determination he had brought to military leadership. Rather than ruling by force or noble privilege, he governed by example and consensus. He travelled constantly throughout Scotland, listening to local concerns, settling disputes, and always reminding people that they were building something precious, a free Scotland. His diplomatic skills proved as formidable as his military ones. William journeyed to France seeking support from King Philip, who was also at war with England. The French court, accustomed to dealing with kings and high nobles, was initially sceptical of this tall Scotsman who represented a nation in rebellion. But William's intelligence, dignity, and absolute conviction won them over. I speak not for myself, but for every Scot who dreams of freedom, he told the French king. Support us, and you support not just one nation's fight, but the principle that people have the right to govern themselves. Back in Scotland, William worked to prepare for the storm he knew was coming. Edward I, humiliated by Stirling Bridge, was gathering the largest army ever assembled for a Scottish campaign. Professional soldiers, Welsh longbowmen, heavy cavalry, all the military might of Europe's most powerful kingdom would soon march north. Despite the approaching danger, William refused to consider surrender. When English messengers arrived offering pardons in exchange for submission, he sent them back with a simple message. Tell your king that Scotland will negotiate as a free nation or not at all. As 1298 progressed, reports came of Edward's massive army moving north. Some Scottish nobles, terrified of the coming destruction, began to waver in their support. Others urged William to retreat into the highlands and return to guerrilla warfare rather than risk everything in open battle. But William Wallace understood that sometimes a leader must risk everything to preserve what matters most. Scotland's independence had been won on the battlefield at Stirling Bridge. If it were to be lost, it would not be through cowardice or retreat, but in honest battle for the cause he held sacred. At Falkirk, on July 22nd, 1298, William Wallace faced his greatest test. Edward I's massive army, over 25,000 professional soldiers, confronted the Scottish forces on an open field and offered none of the tactical advantages of Stirling Bridge. This time, English discipline and superior equipment would have full scope to demonstrate their effectiveness. William arranged his army in circular formations of spearmen who could present an unbroken wall of steel points in any direction. Between these human fortresses, he placed his archers and light cavalry. It was a defensive formation, designed to blunt the English attack and create opportunities for counterattack. However, warfare is rarely predictable. The English longbowmen, masters of their craft, found gaps in the Scottish formation that spears could not close. Scottish cavalry, seeing the destruction being wrought on their countrymen, attempted to attack the English archers, only to be cut down by the heavy English cavalry lying in wait. Despite their devastating losses, the Scottish spearmen held their formations. These men, many of whom had been farmers a year earlier, stood firm against the flower of English knighthood. They fought not because they expected to win, because retreat would mean abandoning everything they had gained at Stirling Bridge. The battle's outcome became inevitable when some Scottish nobles, seeing the tide turning against them, abandoned the field. Their departure created gaps in the line that English forces quickly exploited. Surrounded and cut off from support, and William Wallace, wounded but alive, was forced to retreat with the survivors. Falkirk was a devastating defeat, but it was not surrender. As long as he lived, as long as free Scots remained willing to fight, the dream of independence would endure. In the aftermath of Falkirk, some criticised William for accepting battle against such overwhelming odds. But he understood something his critics missed. Some defeats are more valuable than victories. The men who died at Falkirk died as free Scots, not English subjects. Their sacrifice would be remembered. Their example would inspire future generations. After Falkirk, William Wallace resigned as Guardian of Scotland, believing that fresh leadership might achieve what he could not. But he did not abandon the cause that had defined his life. Instead, he embarked on a different kind of mission, a diplomatic quest to build international support for Scottish independence. William travelled across Europe as Scotland's unofficial ambassador, meeting with kings, nobles, and church leaders. Wherever he went, his reputation preceded him. The Scottish giant who defeated the English, who stood against impossible odds rather than surrender his principles. In France, Rome, and other European courts, William argued Scotland's cause. He was not seeking charity or sympathy, but recognition of Scotland's right to exist as a free nation. His diplomatic skills, honed through years of uniting quarrelling Scottish factions, prove effective in these settings. Meanwhile, in Scotland itself, the struggle continued under other leaders. Robert the Bruce, John Combe vied for the Guardian's role, each representing different visions of Scotland's future. The country that William had briefly united began to fragment again, torn between competing claims and exhausted by years of warfare. William watched from afar, heart heavy, with the knowledge that political divisions were weakening the cause he had sacrificed so much to advance. Yet, he continued his diplomatic mission, understanding that Scotland's ultimate freedom might not depend just on military victory, but on recognition of its legitimacy as an independent nation. His years of wandering took their toll. The young man who had once seemed invincible now showed the weight of responsibility and loss. Friends noted that he spoke often of simple pleasures. The sight of Scottish hills, the sound of Gaelic songs, the faces of people he had grown up with. The great Guardian of Scotland remained at heart a man who simply wanted to go home. Going home would mean accepting English rule, betraying everything he had fought for, abandoning the memory of those who had died following his banner. This was a price William Wallace could never pay. In 1305, 7 years after Falkirk, William Wallace returned to Scotland. Came not as a conquering hero, but as a man determined to continue the fight. Edward I had never forgotten the humiliation of Stirling Bridge. and he had placed a massive bounty on Wallace's head, dead or alive. William knew the danger he faced by returning, but he also knew that his presence in Scotland, however brief, might inspire others. He moved carefully through the country, meeting with those who remained committed to independence, trying to rebuild networks that had been scattered by years of English occupation. It was near Glasgow. Betrayed by a fellow Scot seeking English gold, William Wallace was finally captured. The man who had commanded armies, negotiated with kings, was taken prisoner by the forces he had spent his life opposing. Edward I ordered Wallace brought to London, not for a trial in any meaningful sense, but for a public spectacle designed to break the spirit of Scottish resistance forever. You see, the English king understood that as long as William Wallace lived, he would remain a symbol of the possibility of freedom. Therefore, that symbol had to be destroyed as publicly and thoroughly as possible. On August 23, 1305, William Wallace faced his executioners with the same courage he had shown on every battlefield. Offered a pardon if he would acknowledge Edward as Scotland's rightful king, William's response was simple and unwavering. "I cannot be false to my country." His final words, according to witnesses, were not a plea for mercy or a curse upon his enemies, but a prayer for Scotland, for the freedom of my country. William Wallace died believing his cause was lost. He could not see what history would record, that his example had planted seeds that would grow into an unquenchable fire. Within months of his execution, Robert the Bruce murdered his rival John Combe and claimed the Scottish throne, beginning a new phase of the independence struggle that would ultimately succeed. The Bruce's victories at Loudon Hill and Bannockburn were built on foundations Wallace had laid. The belief that Scots could defeat English armies, that freedom was worth any sacrifice, that a nation's independence was not a gift to be granted by foreign kings, but a right to be claimed by its own people. Eight years after Wallace's death, Scottish independence was won at Bannockburn. The English army that had seemed invincible was shattered by Scottish forces. The Declaration of Arbroath, sent to the Pope in 1320, echoed Wallace's words. For as long as but 100 of us remain alive, never will we on any conditions be brought under English rule. But William Wallace's legacy extended far beyond Scotland's borders. His story became an inspiration to oppressed peoples everywhere, proof that ordinary individuals could challenge the mightiest empires when they fought for justice and freedom. From Ireland to America to modern liberation movements, Wallace's example has continued to inspire those who refuse to accept injustice as inevitable. The young man, who had grown up hearing stories of Scottish freedom by his father's fireside, had become himself a story that would inspire countless others. His belief that people had the right to govern themselves, that freedom was worth any sacrifice, that courage could overcome seemingly impossible odds, became truths that would echo through the centuries. Scotland's landscape is dotted with magnificent castles, each stone and turret steeped in history and wonder. These remarkable structures have witnessed centuries of Scottish life, from royal celebrations and historic events to enchanting tales of magical creatures and mysterious happenings. More than mere fortifications, these castles serve as keepers of Scotland's rich cultural heritage, housing tales of mischievous goblins, wise wizards, playful fairies, and noble dragons that continue to delight visitors from around the world. The misty highlands and spectacular coastlines of Scotland provide the perfect setting for tales of wonder and enchantment. Here, the ordinary world and the magical realm seem to dance together, allowing colourful legends to flourish across generations. From the majestic Edinburgh Castle, overlooking Scotland's capital, to the picturesque Eilean Donan, situated on its own small island. Each castle has developed its own unique collection of stories, reflecting both historical events and the imaginative spirit of the Scottish people. These legends served multiple purposes throughout Scottish history. They entertained during gatherings, preserved cultural identity during changing times, explained natural phenomena in creative ways, and sometimes shared wisdom with younger generations. They also added a touch of magic to the noble families who owned these castles, making their ancestral homes even more special. Today, these legends continue to captivate visitors who walk through ancient stone corridors or gaze up at towering battlements. They provide a glimpse to Scotland's heart a nation that cherishes both its historical legacy and its treasury of imaginative tales. Perched majestically atop an ancient volcanic rock, Edinburgh Castle commands a spectacular view of Scotland's capital. For over 1,000 years, this grand fortress has watched over Edinburgh, witnessing countless historical events, while gathering a wonderful tapestry of legends and magical tales. One of the most captivating tales associated with Edinburgh Castle involves the mysterious network of tunnels believed to run beneath the castle and the historic Royal Mile. According to legend, these passages were discovered several centuries ago, prompting the castle authorities to send a young piper boy to explore them. The clever plan was that the boy would walk the length of the tunnels, playing his bagpipes continuously, while above ground, officials would follow the sound to map the underground network. The officials followed the cheerful music of the pipes as they moved along the Royal Mile. But suddenly, near the Tranquil, the music faded away. Despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find the boy, who seemed to have discovered something extraordinary in the labyrinth passages beneath the city. In the years since, many have reported hearing the faint sound of bagpipes emanating from beneath the cobbled stones of the Royal Mile, particularly in the quiet morning hours. The talented piper, it seems, continues his musical journey through the secret heart of old Edinburgh. Some versions of the legend suggest the tunnels connected the castle to Holyrood Palace at the opposite end of the Royal Mile, providing a secret passage for the royal household. Others propose that the young piper may have found a doorway to the realm of the fairies, where he now plays for their eternal celebrations. Whatever the truth, the music of the unseen piper has become an enchanting part of the castle's magical heritage. Another fascinating character in Edinburgh Castle stories is the drummer boy. First mentioned in 1650, the spectral figure appears, playing a warning drum whenever the castle might face danger. Rather than being frightening, the drummer is seen as a protective guardian, using his magical instrument to alert the castle inhabitants of approaching challenges. Some historians suggest this legend may have originated from a real drummer boy who was assigned to watch for approaching visitors and signal their arrival. Over time, the story transformed into a more magical tale of a loyal guardian who continues to protect the ancient fortress with his enchanted drum. Edinburgh Castle is home to a remarkable array of other magical residents. The friendly castle dog, a playful canine spirit that roams near the small cemetery established for officers' pets. The friendly dog is said to wag its tail and perform tricks for children who visit the castle, bringing smiles to young guests. The gentle grey lady, a misty figure occasionally glimpsed near St. Margaret's Chapel, the oldest surviving building in the complex. She's said to bring feelings of peace and tranquility to those who sense her presence. The Green Lady and the Royal Nursery. Among the most beloved magical residents of Edinburgh Castle is the Green Lady, often spotted near the castle's royal apartments. Dressed in a beautiful emerald gown from which she derives her name, the Green Lady is considered a protector of the children who once lived in the castle. These royal chambers hold wonderful tales. Mary, Queen of Scots, gave birth to the future King James VI in a small room here in 1566. And local legend suggests that the Green Lady first appeared during this time, watching over the royal baby and bringing him magical dreams of the prosperous future Scotland would enjoy under his rule. Some castle guides tell children that the Green Lady still leaves small gifts. A shiny pebble, an unusually shaped leaf, or a feather. In unexpected corners of the royal apartments, rewarding curious young visitors who explore the historic rooms with respectful wonder. Edinburgh Castle stands not just as a monument to Scottish history, but as a treasure house of tales that blend historical events with magical imagination. Its ancient stones continue to whisper these legends to those with open hearts and minds. Located in Angus, Glamis Castle rises from the Scottish countryside like something from a storybook. Its stone turrets and battlements creating a fairy tale silhouette against the sky. As the childhood home of the late Queen Mother and the setting of Shakespeare's Macbeth, Glamis continues literary fame with royal connections. Its grand halls and winding corridors are home to some of Scotland's most intriguing and magical tales. One of the most fascinating legends associated with Glamis concerns a special hidden room within the castle walls. According to various accounts, sometime in the past, a secret chamber was created within Glamis Castle, accessible only through cleverly disguised doors and passages. This hidden room supposedly contained something extraordinary, perhaps a magical artifact, a portal to another realm, or a collection of ancient wisdom. The legend maintains that knowledge of the secret room was passed down from father to son, with only the Earl, his heir, and the estate steward knowing its location at any given time. The tale gained popularity in Victorian times when the wife of the 13th Earl, Lady Glamis, allegedly conducted a playful investigation to discover this family secret. She reportedly recruited guests to place handkerchiefs at every window visible from the outside, only to discover afterward that one window remained unmarked, suggesting a room whose existence was concealed from most of the household. Some versions of the story claim the hidden chamber contains a magnificent library of magical texts, a collection of curiosities from around the world, or perhaps a magical chest set whose pieces move on their own when no one is watching. Whatever the truth, the legend of Glamis Castle's secret room has become a delightful mystery that continues to intrigue visitors of all ages. Another entertaining legend concerns Alexander Lindsay, the 4th Earl of Crawford, nicknamed Earl Beardy for his impressive long beard. According to local lore, Earl Beardy was staying at Glamis one evening, and he wanted to play cards. And when no one would join his game, he declared in frustration that he would play with anyone who came along. Later that night, it is said that a mysterious stranger arrived at the castle, requesting shelter. The stranger agreed to play cards with Earl Beardy, and they retired to a small room to begin their game. Servants passing by heard laughter, conversation, and the sound of cards being shuffled and dealt, continuing far into the night. The legend playfully suggests that Earl Beardy was playing with a very unusual opponent. Perhaps a magical being or a visitor from the fairy realm, and that they became so engrossed in their game that they lost track of time. Some versions claim that if you listen carefully in certain parts of the castle, you can still hear the shuffling of cards, the cheerful exclamations of players enjoying their eternal game. The castle guides often challenge young visitors to press their ears against particular walls, asking if they can hear the distant sound of Earl Beardy's magical card game, continuing through the centuries. Glamis Castle is home to several other enchanting figures, including the White Lady, a graceful figure seen floating through the castle gardens at twilight, particularly near the oldest trees. Some gardeners claim that areas where the White Lady has been spotted always seem to bloom more flowers than others. It is said that often playful spirit children are seen throughout the castle, and sometimes lead young visitors to the castle's most interesting features or most beautiful views. A talented unseen pianist occasionally adds a few notes to melodies played on the castle's antique instruments, sometimes heard. Musicians who perform at Glamis sometimes report hearing harmonies added to their music when playing certain pieces in the castle's music room. Glamis Castle embodies the perfect blend of historical fact and whimsical folklore that characterizes many Scottish legends. Its impressive architecture and long association with nobility have made it a perfect setting for tales that explore themes of family secrets, magical encounters, and hidden wonders. Visitors today can wander its corridors, imagining which stories might contain kernels of magic truth, waiting to be discovered by those with the eyes to see. Situated on the beautiful Isle of Skye, Dunvegan Castle has served as the ancestral home of Clan MacLeod for over 800 years, making it the oldest continuously inhabited castle in Scotland. While its stone walls and battlements speak to centuries of clan history, Dunvegan's most treasured legends revolve around its magical connections to the fairy realm. A perfect association for a castle located on an island whose very name means the Isle of the Mist. Dunvegan's most precious possession is undoubtedly the fairy flag, a special piece of silk carefully preserved and displayed within the castle. According to legend, this magical banner has wonderful powers that have helped Clan MacLeod through difficult times. The flag's origins are the subject of several charming tales, each explaining how it came into the clan's possession. The most enchanting version tells of a MacLeod chief who fell in love with a beautiful fairy princess. Though relationships between mortals and fairies were unusual, the fairy king granted his daughter permission to marry the human chief. But only for 20 years, after which she must return to the fairy realm. When the day of separation arrived, the fairy woman left her mortal husband with a magical gift, the wonderful flag, to protect their son and future generations of MacLeods. Another version suggests the flag was a present from the fairies to a MacLeod nurse who had sung such beautiful lullabies that even the fairy folk stopped to listen. Delighted by her musical talent, they presented her with the enchanted banner to protect the children in her care. a fairy flag is said to possess remarkable abilities. When unfurled during times of need, it brings good fortune to Clan MacLeod. However, this power comes with a special condition. It can only be used 3 times before its magic returns to the fairy realm. Historical stories suggest the flag has already been used twice. Once to ensure victory in an important battle, and again to end a terrible plague that threatened the islanders. The flag's third and final use remains in reserve for Clan MacLeod's moment of greatest need. Beyond bringing victory, some legends claim the flag had additional powers, including the ability to ensure abundant harvests, to heal illness, and to bring schools of fish into the loch during times of scarcity. Modern analysis suggests the flag may actually be a silk banner from distant lands, possibly brought back from travels or trading. But such scientific explanations do little to diminish the magical hold this special artifact has on the imagination of visitors and clan members alike. Near Dunvegan Castle stands the ancient ferry bridge, the site where the clan chief reportedly said his final farewell to his fairy wife before she returned to her magical realm. Local tradition holds that this stone bridge marks a special place between the everyday world and the fairy kingdom, a spot where the veil between realms grows particularly thin. Visitors to the bridge sometimes report wonderful experiences, feeling a sudden warmth in the air, hearing distant music with no apparent source, or spotting unusual birds not normally seen in the area. According to local custom, travelers crossing the bridge should leave a small gift: colorful ribbon, shiny coin, or a pretty stone, to show appreciation to the fairy folk who might be watching from their hidden realm. The distinctive flat-topped mountains near Dunvegan, known as MacLeod's Tables, feature in another magical tale connected to the castle. According to legend, two friendly giants once visited the Macloyd chief, who were so impressed by his hospitality that they flattened the tops of two nearby mountains to create massive tables for feasting. These unusual natural features serve as reminders of the clan's legendary generosity and their connections with magical beings. Dunvegan Castle's legends reflect the deep appreciation for wonder and enchantment found throughout the Scottish highlands. These tales of fairy brides, magical banners, and gentle giants speak to a world where the ordinary and the magical exists side by side, and where even powerful clan chiefs recognized and respected the enchantment that surrounded their island home. Standing majestically atop a rocky crag overlooking the surrounding plains, Stirling Castle occupies one of Scotland's most spectacular locations. This important royal residence of the Stuart dynasty hosted coronations, grand celebrations, and magnificent tournaments. Alongside its rich historical importance, Stirling Castle features in legends that connect it to noble knights, colourful characters, and magical celebrations. Stirling Castle is said to be home to several presences, including the Green Lady and the Pink Lady, whose stories add colour and charm to the castle's long history. The Green Lady is believed to be a helpful guardian who watches over the royal chambers. According to the legend, she once saved the young queen from danger when a candle fell, potentially causing a fire. Now, she continues her watchful service, patrolling the castle's corridors in her elegant green dress, making sure all is well within the royal apartments. Many castle guides tell children that the Green Lady particularly looks after young visitors, and that the sudden cool breezes sometimes felt in the corridors are actually her passing by. The Pink Lady adds a touch of romance to the castle legends. Dressed in a flowing pink silk gown that catches the light beautifully, this elegant figure is said to represent enduring love. She's portrayed as a romantic spirit who ensures that lovers who visit the castle find happiness together. Stirling Castle's connections to chivalric legend were lovingly cultivated by King James IV who created a Scottish Camelot at Stirling in the early 16th century. Inspired by tales of King Arthur and his knights, James established a round table where knights could gather as equals, hosting spectacular tournaments that brought colour, pageantry, and excitement to the castle. In 1508, James commissioned a special building within the castle grounds, specifically designed to house a magnificent round table where knights could feast together after friendly competitions. The structure included a jousting yard where mounted knights would demonstrate their skill and dexterity before the assembled court. One of the most delightful stories tells of a mysterious knight in shining armor who appeared during a grand tournament, challenging all participants. After winning every contest with remarkable skill, the mystery knight revealed himself to be King James IV in disguise, showing both his prowess and his playful spirit. Castle storytellers suggest that on special summer evenings, visitors might glimpse colourful banners and hear the distant sounds of trumpets, as if one of these grand tournaments were still taking place in some magical dimension just beyond our own. Among Stirling Castle's most fascinating features are the Stirling Heads, beautifully carved oak medallions that once adorned the ceiling of the king's inner hall. While most of the original wooden carvings have been replaced with careful replicas, their designs continue to delight visitors of all ages. Castle guides often engage children by encouraging them to find hidden animals, magical symbols, mysterious faces within the intricate carvings. Some depict recognizable figures from history and mythology, while others portray individuals whose identities have been lost to time, allowing visitors to imagine their own stories about who these people might have been. The castle's association with wisdom and learning is enhanced by tales of the royal library that once existed in its walls. King James IV was known to collect many books on many subjects and invite learned individuals to his court. Stories tell of a special room where the king and his advisors would share knowledge, read stories from distant lands, and imagine new possibilities for their kingdom. For young visitors, guides sometimes suggest that the geometric patterns found throughout the castle's decorations might contain secret codes or hidden messages, perhaps maps to undiscovered rooms or clues to where small treasures might be hidden. This playful approach turns the exploration of historical architecture into an enchanting treasure hunt. Stirling Castle exemplifies how Scotland's royal fortresses served not only as centres of political importance, but as stages where monarchs could host grand celebrations, pursue knowledge, and create lasting impressions. Behind its impressive stone walls, history and imagination continue to dance together, each enhancing the visitor's appreciation of the other. Scotland's most photographed castle, Eilean, sits on a small island where 3 sea lochs meet, creating one of the most magical silhouettes in the Highlands. After being damaged centuries ago, the castle was lovingly rebuilt in the early 20th century, making it a symbol of renewal and restoration. This picturesque setting is perfect for tales of Selkies, friendly guardians, and magical predictions. The waters surrounding Eilean are said to be home to Selkies, enchanting beings that live as seals in the sea, but can shed their skins, become human on land. These magical creatures feature prominently in Scottish coastal folklore, particularly in tales of friendship and magical encounters. One charming local legend tells of a fisherman from the nearby village of Dorney who spotted a group of Selkies swimming toward the shore one moonlit evening. Hidden behind rocks, he watched in amazement as they removed their sealskins and transformed into people who danced joyfully on the beach. Fascinated by these magical beings, the fishermen later left gifts of fish and shells for them, earning their friendship. The Selkies, grateful for his kindness and respect, blessed his fishing nets to always find a good catch. In return, the fisherman made sure to share stories of the Selkies' beauty and magic, while always encouraging his fellow villagers to treat seals with special care and consideration. Near Eilean, visitors often watch for unusual seal behavior, with some lucky ones reporting seals that seem to wave at the castle and its visitors with surprisingly friendly expressions. A more historically connected legend tells of a guardian who watches over Eilean Donan. Historical records confirm that Spanish visitors once stayed at the castle to help defend Scotland, and legend suggests that one particularly kind Spanish soldier continues to look after the castle and its visitors. According to castle lore, this presence ensures that lost items are returned to their owners, and sometimes guides visitors to the castle's most spectacular viewpoints. Castle staff share stories of visitors who have felt a gentle tap on their shoulder, turning to find no one there, only to discover they were about to miss a rainbow over the castle, or an otter playing in the loch below. Some versions of the tale suggest the guardian was a Spanish ambassador who fell in love with Scotland's beauty and promised to always protect this special place, explaining why his spirit chose to remain as a benevolent caretaker rather than returning to his distant homeland. Another magical figure associated with the castle is the Lady Mary, a beautiful presence who appears when happy events are about to affect Clan Mackenzie, the castle's traditional owners. Unlike many castle spirits, the Lady Mary is considered a joyful harbinger who announces good news like births, marriages, and homecomings. Within the castle walls lies a special stone with unusual properties. According to local tradition, visitors who make a wish while touching this stone might find their heartfelt desires coming true, especially wishes for safe journeys, new friendships, or creative inspiration. The stone's magic is said to be strongest for those who approach it with pure intentions and open hearts. These legends reflect Eilean Donan's special position, connecting land and sea, history and imagination. Like the castle itself, which bridges the island and mainland with its stone walkway, the tales surrounding Eilean Donan explore the beautiful connections between the everyday world and the magical realms, embodying the distinctive charm of Highland folklore. Scotland's castles stand as monuments not only to the nation's rich history, but to its wonderful imagination. The legends that have grown around these ancient stones reveal much about Scottish creativity and values across the centuries. In Edinburgh Castle's tales of musical pipers and loyal drummers we see Scotland's appreciation for loyalty and artistic talent. Glamis Castle's legends of hidden rooms and eternal card games reflect the playful side of storytelling and the delight in mysteries waiting to be solved. The Dunvegan stories of the fairy flag demonstrate the Highland belief in magical protection and the special relationship between noble families and enchanted beings. Stirling Castle's colourful tournaments and friendly guardians speak to ideals of chivalry and hospitality, while Eilean Selkies and wishing stones connect human communities to the natural and magical landscapes that surround them. What unites these diverse legends? Is their connection to specific places? Each castle's tales are uniquely shaped by its location, history, and the community that it's surrounded by. From Edinburgh's volcanic rock to Donan's island setting, the physical features of these sites have inspired centuries of storytelling. Today, as you walk through these ancient stones, listen carefully. Perhaps you'll one day hear the distant sound of bagpipes beneath Edinburgh Castle, or you'll glimpse the White Lady tending Glamis Castle's gardens, or you'll feel the magic of Dunvegan's fairy flag, or sense the excitement of a grand tournament at Stirling, or spot a curious seal watching you from the waters around Eilean. For in Scotland, the line between history and magic has always been wonderfully thin. The castles stand as gateways between these two enchanting worlds. You settle into your window seat on the Scottish night train as the Edinburgh station bustle fades behind you. The late afternoon light casts long shadows across the platform as the train pulls away with a gentle lurch. Your overnight journey to the far northern reaches of Scotland is just beginning, and already you feel the city's demands slipping away like the receding skyline outside your window. The train moves with a steady, hypnotic rhythm, wheels clicking against rail joints in a pattern that seems to whisper, rest, rest, rest. Rain gently knocks on the windows. The gentle sway of the carriage reminds you of a cradle rocking with each curve of the trek. Your compartment is tidy and comfortable, with wood-panelled walls and seats upholstered in a subtle tartan pattern. Small reading lamps cast a warm glow as daylight begins its slow retreat. You've stowed your bag on the rack above and placed your ticket in the holder by the door. A simple ritual that marks the transition from hurried traveller to passenger, with nothing required of you now but to watch Scotland unfold outside your window. As the train gains speed, city buildings give way to countryside. You catch glimpses of stone cottages with smoke rising from chimneys, fields bordered by ancient stone walls, and streams that flash silver in the fading light. The clickety-clack of wheels becomes a constant companion, a metronome counting seconds of peaceful forward motion. At the first stop, an elderly gentleman with silver hair and weather-worn cheeks boards the train, and he takes a seat across from you. He settles in with practiced ease, nodding a greeting as he places a walking stick with a carved wooden handle against the seat. "Good evening," he says, his voice carrying the gentle lilt of the highlands. "Heading north, I see." When you confirm your destination, he smiles. "Oh yes, a beautiful journey ahead. I've been making this trip for more years than I care to count." The train pulls away again, rocking gently as it regains speed. Outside, the landscape begins to change, fields giving way to more dramatic terrain as you head northward. The afternoon light has softened now, taking on the golden quality that photographers call the magic hour. Spits of rain still hitting against the windows. "Is this your first time on this route?" the gentleman asks, introducing himself as Duncan. when you mention you're not familiar with the places you'll be passing, his eyes brighten. Ah, well, you're in for a right treat. You see, this railway cuts through some of Scotland's most storied lands. Every hill and loch we pass has tales that go back hundreds and hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. The gentle rhythm of the train seems to invite conversation, and there's something about Duncan's manner that feels familiar and trustworthy. You find yourself relaxing into the moment as the city stress that followed you aboard begins to fade with each mile of northward travel. Do you see that hill there? Duncan points to a perfectly rounded knoll in the distance, standing alone in an otherwise flat valley. That's a fairy hill, what we call a sateen in the old tongue. Folk used to say it was hollow inside, home to the fairy folk. Even 20 years ago, farmers would plough around it rather than across it. You watch as the hill slowly passes from view, trying to imagine generations of ploughs, carefully avoiding its perfect slopes. The train rounds a curve, and the sunlight catches raindrops on the window, transforming them into tiny prisms that scatter rainbow colors across the compartment. Oh yes, the weather changes quickly in the highlands, Duncan observes, as the light rain begins to tap against the glass. We have a saying: if you don't like the Scottish weather, wait 20 minutes. As the afternoon light fades further, the train attendant passes through, switching on more lamps and offering tea from a trolley. Duncan accepts a cup with a nod of thanks, wrapping weathered hands around its warmth. You notice a simple gold band on his left hand, worn thin with years. "43 years I worked for the railway," he says, following your gaze. "Started as a porter, ended as a station manager up at Inverness. This line He gestures to the window. Well, this line is in my blood now. My wife always said I loved the rails almost as much as I loved her. His smile carries both fondness and a touch of sadness. The train slows as you approach a stone viaduct spanning a deep valley. Rain streams across the windows. You can see the dramatic arches carrying you high above a rushing river. Impressive, isn't it? Duncan says. Built in 1897. The men who constructed this, well, you see, they worked through Highland winters, summer midges, everything the Scottish weather could throw at them. They called it the Bridge of Sighs. Not for romantic reasons, mind you, but for the sound the wind makes between the arches on a stormy night. And as if on cue, the wind picks up, sending sheets of rain against the glass. But inside, everything remains warm and snug. The contrast between the wild weather outside and the cozy compartment, making your journey feel all the more comfortable. The train's dining car opens for the evening meal. Duncan suggests you both make your way there. The narrow corridor rocks gently as you walk, requiring a steady hand against the wall for balance. It's a pleasant sensation, like walking on the deck of a very stable ship. Each carriage you pass through has its own character. From the modern standard class to the more ornate first class compartments. The dining car glows with soft lighting reflecting off white tablecloths and polished wood panels. As you settle at a table, the countryside continues its steady procession behind the glass. Now farms, giving way to wilder terrain, hills growing into mountains that loom as dark shapes against the darkening sky. Over a simple but hearty meal of traditional Scottish fare, cock-a-leekie soup, followed by venison with neeps and tatties. Duncan points out landmarks barely visible in the gathering dusk. There, he says, indicating a distant shimmer. That's the edge of Loch Lomond. In the old days, clans would test their young men by having them swim across. The waters are deeper than they look, over 600 feet in places. The soup warms you from the inside, its comforting heat spreading through your body as the train rocks gently onward. Outside, twilight has nearly completed its transition to night, with only a faint band of deep blue remaining on the western horizon. We'll be coming to the Trossachs soon, Duncan continues, his voice taking on the natural cadence of a storyteller. That's Rob Roy MacGregor country, Scotland's own Highland rogue. The hills around here sheltered him when the law was at his heels. They say he knew every cave and hollow between Loch Lomond and Loch Catherine. The train's rhythm seems to underscore his words. The clickety-clack, now a steady backbeat to tales of cattle raids and midnight escapes. There's something mesmerizing about hearing these stories while physically moving through the very landscape where they unfolded centuries ago. As you finish your meal and the attendant clears away the dishes, the last light fades completely from the sky. Now the window reflects the dining car's interior, with occasional glimpses of darkness beyond when passing lights illuminate fragments of the landscape. A stone wall here, a cluster of sheep there, the silver thread of a stream catching moonlight between clouds. Back in your compartment, the attendant has converted the seats into comfortable sleeping berths. Fresh linens and plump pillows await, promising rest rocked by the gentle motion of the train. In the old days, Duncan says, as he settles back into his seat, before electric lights and such, night travel was considered somewhat magical. Moving through darkness from one place to another, seeing things no day traveller ever would. Fox eyes reflecting lantern light from the embankment. Barn owls ghosting alongside the train for a stretch. Hunting in our moving pool of light. You notice how the train's lamps cast a warm glow that barely reaches beyond the glass. Occasionally, distant lights appear. A farmhouse window glowing amber in the distance, or the clustered lights of a small village that appears and vanishes as the train passes through without stopping. We'll be coming to Rannoch Moor soon, Duncan says, his voice lower now, matching the intimacy of the night dark compartment. 20,000 acres of bog and moorland, one of Europe's last true wildernesses. The railway builders had to float the track on brushwood foundations because the ground was too wet for conventional construction. Even today, if you know where to look, you can see the track actually move when the train passes, rising and falling like it's breathing. The thought of the track breathing beneath you adds another dimension to the train's movement. You become even more aware of its different rhythms. The steady side-to-side rock, the gentle bouncing over rail joints, the occasional slow tilt when banking through curves. Each movement invites your body to relax further into the comfortable berth. The moor has its own stories, Duncan continues. Travellers in the old days feared crossing it. They told tales of lights that would appear on foggy nights, small, bobbing lanterns that seemed to be carried by other travellers. These lights would lead people off the safe paths into the bogs, where they'd be lost. He smiles. Of course, we know now about marsh gas and such, but still, on a misty night up here, the old stories don't seem so far-fetched. Through the window, you see only darkness now. The occasional flash of moonlight when the clouds part momentarily. There's something profoundly peaceful about being cocooned in the warm, gently rocking compartment while traversing such remote wilderness. "Look there," Duncan says, pointing to the window. In the distance, a cluster of lights hovers above the dark expanse of the moor. Glencoe village. Beyond it lies a mountain pass of the same name, Glencoe. His voice then takes on a more somber quality. Aye, it's a place of terrible beauty, that one. The mountains there are some of Scotland's most magnificent, but they witnessed one of our darkest chapters. As the distant lights slowly shift position outside your window, Duncan recounts the story of the Glencoe Massacre. How in 1692, soldiers violated Highland hospitality. They say the ghosts still wander the glens on snowy nights. Not that I believe in such things, mind you, he adds with a small smile. But there's still a feeling in that place that stays with you. The train begins to slow, approaching a small station where a handful of passengers will disembark. The platform appears out of the darkness, a small island of yellow light in the vast highland night. A few people wait with collars turned up against the light rain, their faces momentarily illuminated as the train's windows pass by. The station building is built of sturdy stone, looking much as it must have been when first constructed. After a brief stop, the train pulls away again, its rhythm building gradually back to the steady pace you've become so familiar with. We'll be following the coastline soon, Duncan says, his voice growing softer. On clear nights, you can see all the way to the Highlands. Aye, the ancient Celts believed that the Highlands were places where the veil between the worlds grew thin. Neither fully part of the land nor entirely claimed by the sea. The clouds must have parted outside, because suddenly moonlight floods the compartment, casting everything in silver and shadow. Through the window, you catch glimpses of the sea, its surface rippled by wind and dappled with moonlight. The train follows the coastline now, sometimes running so close that it seems to be skimming the edge of the water itself. Listen, Duncan says. Beneath the rhythm of the wheels, you can hear a new sound. Waves breaking against the shore, their endless cycle creating a counterpoint to the train's steady progress. Two journeys happening at once, he remarks. The train moving north, and the tide making its age-old circuit. My grandfather was a fisherman before he worked on the rails. He always said he traded one rhythm for another. The mention of his grandfather leads Duncan to share stories of highland fishing communities. But how they read the sea and sky for weather signs, the traditions surrounding their boats, the songs women would sing when watching for returning vessels. His voice takes on a gentle, almost musical quality as he recounts fragments of these songs. Not quite singing, but letting the words rise and fall in their traditional patterns. The effect is deeply calming. Between the train's motion, the distant sound of waves, and Duncan's melodic storytelling, you feel yourself drifting towards sleep. We'll be crossing the Moray Firth soon, Duncan says, stifling a yawn himself. The dolphins sometimes follow the shoreline there. Railway workers used to time their breaks to watch for them. Some believed they were reincarnated souls of sailors lost at sea. He smiles at the notion. Beautiful creatures, whatever their nature may be. Your eyelids have grown heavy, but through them you catch occasional glimpses of the moonlight. The moonlight hitting the coastline, silvery beaches, dark cliffs, the distant flash of what might have been a lighthouse. Duncan's voice has grown even quieter now. His story is now shared almost in a whisper, as if respecting your journey towards sleep. He speaks of ancient standing stones you'll pass in the night, aligned with stars that guided travellers long before railways existed. He mentions mountain passes where legendary battles occurred, now peaceful under moonlight and watchful stars. My grandmother, he says softly, she used to say that night travellers were blessed. You see the world when it's dreaming, she'd tell me, and catch glimpses of what it dreams about. I should have always liked that thought. The gentle rocking of the train has become a lullaby now. Your breathing has slowed. Your awareness drifting between Duncan's soft words and the peaceful sounds of night travel. Through barely open eyes, you notice that he's gazing out at the passing landscape with an expression of contented familiarity. A man at home in this journey between places. Rest now, he says, noticing your heavy eyelids. The train knows the way. Been following the same tracks for over 100 years. He reaches up to dim the compartment lamp, leaving just enough light to see the outline of the passing world outside. I'll wake you before you stop. Don't worry. As you drift deeper towards sleep, the boundaries between wakefulness and dreaming begin to blur. The train's motion continues to rock you, while the steady rhythm of wheels on rails becomes the heartbeat of your journey into dreams. Duncan's stories seem to follow you there. Not just the details, but their essence. Tales of a land shaped by weather and time. Of people connected to earth and sea. Of journeys made countless times, yet always unique. In this in-between state, a Highland train carries you forward. Tomorrow will find you further north, waking to new landscapes and fresh stories waiting beyond your window. But for now, a gentle rocking motion, steady rhythm of wheels accompanies you into peaceful slumber. The last thing you're aware of is the distant sound of waves against the shore. The soft breathing of Duncan, your traveling companion. And the train's whisper as it glides through the Highland night, carrying its sleeping passengers safely through the darkness toward the dawn. In the days when the world was younger and the veil between realms hung thin, there lived a fisherman named Eilean MacCudrum on the windswept shores of North Uist in the Outer Hebrides of Scotland. His cottage stood alone on the rocky coastline, gull cries and the ceaseless sea his only companions. Eilean was a strong lad, with hair the colour of dark peat, and eyes that mirrored the changeable sea. Though skilled with net and line, fortune had not favoured him. The winters had grown longer, the catches meagre, and many nights he lay hungry, a stone-weight sorrow on his chest. During the time of the Samhain, when spirits roam freely between worlds, a great storm swept across the islands. The winds harried the cliffs, shrieking through fissures like mourners, and waves, tall as the kirk steeple, crashed against the shore. Ian had been checking his lobster pots when the tempest arose. And so, he sought shelter in a hidden cove that he'd never before noticed. As he huddled beneath an overhanging rock, the moon broke suddenly through the churning clouds, casting an enchanted light above the cove. And it was there before his disbelieving eyes. Ian beheld a sight few mortals are privileged to witness. Seven sleek seals swam into the sheltered waters, their movements graceful as dancers. They made their way to a stretch of silver sand, and there, wonder of wonders, they shed their seal skins as easily as a lass might remove her cloak. In their place stood 7 beautiful women with skin pale as sea foam and hair that seemed woven from moonlight itself. Hand in hand, the Selkie women danced upon the shore, their voices rising in songs no human tongue had ever shaped. Ian watched, entranced, unable to move or speak. But his gaze was drawn to one among them, whose beauty outshone her sisters as the sun outshines the stars. Moira, he whispered, though how he knew her name, he could not say. Longing speared Ian's bones. Without conscious thought, he found himself moving along the shadows of the cove, never taking his eyes from the magnificent creature who had bewitched him so completely. The seal skins lay in a pile upon a rock, guarded only by the storm and the night. With trembling hands, Ian took the one he somehow knew belonged to Moira and tucked it inside his jacket, next to his pounding heart. What blessing can grow from a root of theft, he wondered. But the thought vanished like sea foam as the Selkie's image filled his mind. As the moon sailed behind the clouds once more, the Selkie women gathered their skins and returned to the sea. All save one. Moira searched frantically among the rocks, calling out in a language that sounded like waves breaking onto the shore. With mournful cries, her sisters slipped back into their seal forms and disappeared beneath the dark waters, leaving Moira alone. Ian stepped from his hiding place, his lantern casting a weak glow in the darkness. "Are you lost, lass?" he called, as if he had just happened upon her. Moira turned, her eyes wide with fear. "You have taken what is mine," she said, her voice carrying the rhythm of the tide. "I know no such thing," Ian lied, though the skin seemed to burn against his chest. "Then find it," she answered. "For without my skin the sea is barred to me. I am trapped in this form and far from my home and kin." "I can offer ye shelter from the storm," Ian said. "My cottage is humble but dry." And what choice did Moira have? With reluctance playing upon her fair face, she followed the fisherman to his cottage by the sea. And it was said that days passed, and days became weeks. Ian hid the seal skin beneath a loose hearthstone, and though Moira searched when he was away with his nets, she could not find it. Yet strange it was. The longer she stayed in the fisherman's cottage, the less urgently she searched. For Ian, you see, though he had committed a grievous wrong in stealing her freedom, showed her kindness in all other ways. He brought her shells and pretty stones from the shore, taught her the ways of human life, never pressed his advantage, though his love for her grew stronger with each passing day. For her part, Moira found herself warming to the quiet fisherman. She told him songs that called the fish into his nets. So his catches grew plentiful, and their table was never empty. His rough hands grew gentle when they helped untangle her silver hair. And in time, she found herself watching for his boat's return, with something like longing. When the first snow fell upon the island, Moira placed her hand in Ian's, and they were married by the old priest, who asked no questions about the strange woman with sea-deep eyes. The folk of North Uis whispered, of course, for islanders keep no better company than their own talk. They spoke of how Moira's feet seemed never to fully touch the ground, how salt water dripped from her hair, even on the driest days. Yet, as the seasons turned, happiness bloomed within the fisherman's cottage. Moira's Moira's belly swelled with a child. When she was brought to bed the following summer, she delivered not one babe, but 3. 2 boys and a girl, each with their mother's otherworldly beauty and their father's strong frame. "Will the bairns be warm enough?" she asked. "The air bites sharper than water." The midwife gasped upon seeing the infant's hands, for between their tiny fingers stretched delicate webs of skin that had to be cut at birth. And as they grew, other strangeness manifested. They could hold their breath beneath the waves for unnaturally long periods. And they could swim before they could walk. The fish followed them as they splashed in the shadows, and seals would raise their heads from the water to watch the children play, as if recognizing their own. The villagers' good fortune grew with Moira's presence. She showed them how to harvest seaweed for their gardens, which herbs from the shoreline would heal wounds. And when storms would arrive before any man could read the signs, such knowledge was freely given, and in time most forgot their earlier suspicions. For 7 years, life continued thus. Not perfect, but filled with its own curious joy. Ian's fortunes had turned, with Moira at his side. His nets always full. His family never hungry. The children grew strong and wild as the island itself, running along the shore with the freedom of creatures belonging to 2 worlds. But in the secret corners of her heart, Moira never stopped yearning for the sea. On bright, moonlit nights, Ian would wake to find her standing on the shore, the waves washing over her feet, her face turned toward the horizon, with such naked longing that shame would fill his heart anew. It is said that it happened on a day like any other. Ian had taken the boat out before dawn, and Moira was airing out the cottage. She pulled up the old rug before the hearth, and there she saw it, a loose hearthstone, slightly raised above the others. And with trembling fingers, she pried it up, and there lay her seal skin, carefully folded, carefully preserved. All these years, it had been beneath her feet. A sound escaped from her throat. Half laugh, half sob as she lifted the skin into her arms. Its touch flooded her with the hush of deep, cool waters and faces that she'd left behind. She ran her fingers through the soft fur, and it seemed to come alive at her touch, rippling like the sea itself. So lost was she in rediscovering her true self that she did not hear the cottage door open, did not know Ian had returned, until his shadow fell across her. His face, when she looked up, held fear, guilt, and a love so deep it had driven him to this terrible act. "You've found it, then," he said simply. "All these years," Moira whispered. "All these years it lay beneath our hearth." "Aye. I couldn't bear to be parted from you," Ian said, kneeling before her. "That first night, when I saw you dancing with your sisters, something broke and mended in my heart all at once. You stole my freedom," she said. "You took me from my home, my family." "Aye," he admitted. "I did that terrible thing. And I would do it again to have known your love, to have our children, to have had these years with you by my side. She rose then, the sealskin draped over her arm, and walked past him out the door. Ian followed, his steps heavy as his heart, down to the shore where his tide was coming in. Moira stood at the waves, the sealskin clutched tight. Her face turned toward the vast blue that had been her first home. The call of it sang in her blood, pulled at her heart. She had only to step into the waves, only to wrap the skin around her shoulders, and she would be free again. Ian watched, not moving to stop her. And perhaps it was this. his final acceptance of her freedom to choose, that stayed her feet. She turned to him, her eyes filled with the light of two worlds. "I should go," she whispered. "By rights and all justice, I should return to the sea and never look back." "Aye," Ian said, his voice breaking. "Aye, you should." Moira thought of her children, so like her and yet belonging to the land as much as the sea. She looked at Ian, the man who had stolen her freedom and then day by day earned her heart despite his terrible crime. "I will stay," she said at last, "but not as your captive. Never again as that." She held the sealskin out to him. "This must never be hidden from me again. It must be where I can see it, touch it, and know it's safe. I must be free to choose each day to remain." Ian's eyes filled with tears of relief and shame. "Anything you ask," he vowed. "Your skin shall never be taken far from you again." Together they crafted a beautiful chest of driftwood and sea glass, lined with the softest wool. The tang of pine air and wool grease filled the air as they worked, binding their promise in physical labor. There, Moira placed her sealskin, and the chest remained always near the bed, testament to her sacrifice and his promise. And so life continued in the little cottage by the sea, but changed in subtle ways. When the pull of the ocean grew too strong, Moira would open her chest and hold the sealskin close, drawing comfort from its touch. The illness that had sometimes plagued her in the years before, a wasting, weakening thing that came upon her when the sea longing was strongest, troubled her no more, as long as her skin remained near, healing entirely at its touch. And then it was said, around 10 years passed in peace. The children grew tall and strong, the island prospered, and it seemed the McCottrams had found their balance between two worlds. But the sea is a jealous mistress that does not surrender her children easily. You see, this whole time there lived in the village a fisherman named Dougal, whose heart had grown twisted with envy. While Ian's nets always came up full, his own remained empty more often than not. He'd lost 2 brothers to the black winter of 67, the sea giving him only bodies tangled in kelp. He watched the McCottram family with poisonous jealousy, whispering to any who would listen that unnatural forces were at work. "Have you seen how the seals follow their boat?" he would ask. "Have you noticed how the children can swim in waters too cold for any mortal? There's something uncanny about that woman." When the fishing grew poor for all save the McCottrams, when an early frost killed the crops but somehow spared their garden, the whispers grew to open talk of witchcraft and fairy blood. And it's said that one night, after drowning his failures in too much whiskey, Dougal staggered to the McCottram cottage while the family was away. The cottage stood empty. Irresistible temptation to a man convinced that the secret to Ian's success lay within. Dougal broke the simple lock and entered, his whiskey-addled mind filled with visions of witch tokens and fairy gold. He searched roughly until he came upon the beautiful chest beside the bed. Unlike everything else in the simple cottage, this was a thing of obvious value and care. The chest was not locked, for who on the honest island would steal from their neighbours? And when Dougal lifted the lid, he found the sealskin nestled within. Even in his drunken state, he knew at once what it was. For the old tales of Selkie wives were told around every island hearth. "So that's their secret," he slurred, lifting the skin with clumsy drunken hands. "Ian McCottram caught himself a Selkie woman. Let's see how his luck holds when I take her magic for myself." He stumbled from the cottage with his prize, convinced that possessing the sealskin would transfer the Selkie's blessings to him. In his ignorance, he did not understand that he had stolen not just a magical object, but Moira's very essence, her connection to her true nature. And so when the McCottrams returned, they found their home ransacked and the precious chest empty. Moira's cry upon discovering her skin missing was such a sound of anguish that it brought her children running and caused the seals offshore to raise their heads in alarm. Within hours, Moira took to her bed, a weakness stealing through her body as if the tide were ebbing from her very veins. Her skin grew pale as winter sea foam, her eyes dim as fog. By nightfall, she could not rise. By morning, she could barely speak. Ian knelt beside her, his face ravaged by fear. "I swear to you I did not take it," he said. "I would never break my promise." I know," Moira whispered. "But without it, without being close to it, I cannot remain. The sea calls me home, but without my skin, I can neither stay nor go. I am caught between worlds and it is killing me." Ian sent for the village healer, but her herbs could do nothing for a Selkie separated from her skin. "This is beyond my power to heal," the wise woman said. And it said that night, as Moira's breathing grew shallow, her children gathered at her bedside. Alistair, the eldest son, took his mother's cold hand. "Tell us who did this," he said. "Tell us where to seek your skin." Moira's eyes flickered open, sea deep despite her weakness. "I cannot know for certain, but I feel it. To the south. It calls to me even as I fade." The three children, Alistair, Fingal, and young Mairead, exchanged glances, while Ian kept vigil at Moira's side. They slipped from the cottage under cover of darkness. They made their way to the shore, where 7 seals waited as if expecting them. The largest seal, a great bull with knowing eyes, approached Alistair and looked at him with an intelligence no mere animal could possess. "Grandfather," Alistair said, for though they had never spoken of it, the children had always known their mother's blood was not entirely human. "Our mother is dying. Her seal skin has been stolen." The great seal made a sound of mourning. Then he turned and slipped into the waves. the other seals following. But they did not swim away. Instead, they waited just offshore, their dark heads bobbing in the moonlight. Understanding, the children waded into the cold water. The seals surrounded them, guiding them through waves that should have drowned them. Alistair led his siblings with the certainty of one following an invisible compass, drawn by the same mysterious connection that linked his mother to her stolen skin. They traveled through the night, the seals bearing them over waters too rough for any human children to survive. And as dawn broke, they approached a small island where smoke rose from a crude shelter. And there, passed out beside a dying fire, lay Dougal, the seal skin spread beneath him like a blanket. As they approached, Dougal suddenly woke. His eyes widened at the sight of the three children, their clothes dry despite the sea journey, their eyes reflecting the rising sun with inhumane light. "Witch spawn," he cried, stumbling to his feet and clutching the sealskin. "Stay back. That belongs to our mother," Alistair said. "Return it, and we'll leave you in peace." But Dougal saw in the sealskin his last hope of changing his fortunes. "She's had her luck long enough," he snarled. "Now it's my turn." He turned to flee. Young Mairead darted after him. In his desperation to escape, Dougal shoved the child. Mairead fell, striking her head on the rocks, and lay still. What happened next would be whispered for generations. The seals surged from the water, transformed to human warriors with the heads of seals. Not all seal folk, but Moira's own kin who had watched over her children from afar. A fury filled Alistair and Fingal. They moved with the speed and grace of Selkies. Their hands wept once more, as they had been at birth. They took the sealskin from Dougal's fingers, and Alistair sent him tumbling into the cold sea. The seal folk surrounded him, the intentions clear in their dark eyes. What became of Dougal after that? None can say with any certainty, though no body ever washed ashore. Fingal gathered Mairead in his arms, her blood staining the rocks. But the great bull seal approached, now in the form of an ancient chieftain placed a webbed hand on Mairead's brow, and her eyes fluttered open, the wound closing beneath his touch. "Return to your mother," he said. "Tell her she must choose once and for all between land and sea. The time of living in both worlds draws to a close." The journey back to North Uist passed swiftly. They reached the shore as the moon rose, full and bright as it had been on the night Ian first saw Moira dancing with her sisters. They found their father on the beach, their mother in his arms. He had carried her from her sickbed, hoping the sound of the waves might give her strength. She lay still as death, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her skin translucent as sea glass. "We found it, Mother," Alistair said, placing the seal skin in her limp hands. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Moira's fingers curled around the soft fur. Immediately, color returned to her cheeks, and her eyes fluttered open, filled with the light of the sea. The illness fled from her at the skin's touch. She sat up in Ian's arms, looking from her husband's tear-streaked face to her children, then to the seals waiting in the shallows. "You must choose, Mother," Alistair said, "between land and sea." Moira looked at Ian, and in that look passed the memory of all they had shared, the betrayal and forgiveness, the joy and sorrow, the love that had grown despite all odds. "I cannot say," she said at last. "The sea calls me home, and I have been too long away." Ian's face crumpled in grief, but he did not protest. He had always known this day might come. "But neither can I leave you all behind," Moira continued. "And so I propose a new way." She turned to the great bull seal, her father, and spoke in an ancient language of the sea folk. A discussion followed with gestures toward Ian and the children. At last the Selkie chieftain nodded. "It is agreed," Moira said. "I will return to the sea, for I must or perish. But the bond between us will not be broken. I will dwell beneath the waves, yet walk beside my family each full moon," she vowed, sealing the ancient bargain. She knelt before her children, taking each of their faces in her hands. You are of both worlds, more than I ever was. The choice I could not have, you shall. To walk on land or swim the deep as your hearts direct. To Ian she spoke last and most tenderly. My husband, she said, you took my freedom but then gave it back, and in doing so, earned what could never have been taken. My heart. She pressed the sealskin into his hands. I entrust this to you once more, but not to hide, but to protect. Keep it safe in the chest where it has always been. Each full moon bring it to this shore, and I shall return to you for one night, shedding my seal form to be your wife again. Ian clutched the precious skin and the children. They may visit me beneath the waves whenever they wish, for the seal folk recognize their blood, and I shall watch over all of you, as will my kin. She gestured to the seals waiting patiently offshore. No Macotrum shall ever drown. No storm shall catch your boats unawares. No hunger shall touch your table. And with a last lingering kiss, Moira stepped away from her human family and toward the waiting sea. And at the water's edge she turned back once more. Remember, she said, I choose this fate freely, and in choosing bind our families together for all time. Macotrums of land and the seal folk of the sea forever connected by love stronger than magic, deeper than tide. Then she walked into the waves and was gone, a sleek seal head appearing moments later among its kin. The Selkie pod lingered offshore until dawn, their dark eyes watching over the bereaved family on the beach. True to her word, Moira returned when Ian brought her sealskin to the shore. The children grew into adults, who moved freely between the worlds of land and sea, binding their hands with linen strips when they visited market towns to hide the webbing that still marked them as different. In time, the tale spread across the islands, and the Macotrums became known as the descendants of the seals. They prospered as no other fishing family had before, blessed with a knowledge of sea patterns and weather that kept them safe through the fiercest storms. If you visit the shores of North Uist when the moon is full, you might glimpse a beautiful woman emerging from the waves to meet her family. For the blood of the Selkies runs in the veins of the Macotrums still. the promise made between Moira and Ian binds their descendants to this day. Testament to love that bridged between two worlds and healed the wound of betrayal with the balm of forgiveness, freely given. Far up in a green valley in the island of Hoy stands an immense boulder. It is hollow inside, and the natives of these northern islands call it the Dwarfy Stone, because long centuries ago, so the legend has it, Snorl the dwarf lived there. Nobody knew where Snorl came from, or how long he had dwelt in the dark chamber inside the Dwarfy Stone. All that they knew about him was that he was a little man with a queer, twisted, deformed body and a face of marvellous beauty, which never seemed to look any older, but was always smiling and young. Men said that this was because Snorl's father had been a fairy and not a man of earth, who had bequeathed to his son the gift of perpetual youth. But nobody knew whether this was true or not, for the dwarf had inhabited the Dwarfy Stone long before the oldest man or woman in Hoy had been born. One thing was certain, however. He had inherited from his mother, whom all men agreed had been mortal, the dangerous qualities of vanity and ambition. And the longer he lived, the more vain and ambitious he did become, until at last it is said he always carried a mirror of polished steel around his neck, into which he constantly looked in order to see the reflection of his handsome face. And he would not attend to the country people who came to seek his help, unless they bowed themselves humbly before him and spoke to him as if he were a king. I say that the country people sought his help, for he spent his time, or appeared to spend it, in collecting herbs and simples on the hillsides, which he carried home with him to his dark abode, and distilled medicines and potions from them, which he sold to his neighbours at wondrous high prices. He was also the possessor of a wonderful leather-covered book, clasped with clasps of brass, over which he would pore for hours together, and out of which he would tell the simple islanders their fortunes, if they would. For they feared the book almost as much as they feared Snorro himself, for it was whispered that it had once belonged to Odin, and they crossed themselves for protection as they named the mighty enchanter. But all the time they never guessed the real reason why Snorro chose to live in the Dwarfy Stone. I will tell you why he did so. You see, not very far from the stone, there was a curious hill, shaped exactly like a wart. It was known as the Wart Hill of Hoy, and men said that somewhere inside of it was hidden a wonderful carbuncle, which, when it was found, would bestow on its founder marvellous magic gifts, health, wealth, and happiness. Everything, in fact, that a human being could desire. And the curious thing about this carbuncle was that it was said that it could be seen at certain times, if only the people who were looking for it were at the right spot at the very right moment. Now, Snorl had made up his mind that he would find this wonderful stone. So, while he pretended to spend all his time in reading his great book or distilling medicines from herbs, he was really keeping a keen lookout during his wanderings, noting every tuft of grass or piece of rock under which it might be hidden. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he would creep out with a pickaxe and spade to turn over the rocks or dig over the turf in the hoping of finding the long sought for treasure underneath them. He was always accompanied on these occasions by an enormous grey-headed raven who lived in the cave along with him, and who was his bosom friend and companion. The islanders feared this bird of ill omen as much, perhaps, as they feared its master, for although they went to consult Snorl in all their difficulties and perplexities, and bought medicines and love potions from him, they always looked upon him with a certain dread, feeling that there was something weird and uncanny about him. Now, at the time we are speaking of, Orkney Island was governed by two earls who were half-brothers. Paul the elder was a tall, handsome man with dark hair. All the country people loved him, for he was so skilled in knightly exercises and had such a sweet and loving nature that no one can help being fond of him. Old people's eyes would brighten at the sight of him, and the little children would run out to greet him as he rode by their mothers' doors. And this was the more remarkable because, with all his winning manner, he had such a lack of conversation that men called him Paul the Silent. Harold, on the other hand, was as different from his brother as night is from day. He was fair-haired and blue-eyed, and he had gained for himself the name of Harold, the orator, because he was always free of speech and ready with his tongue. But for all this, he was not a favourite, for he was haughty and jealous and quick-tempered, and the old folks' eyes did not brighten at the sight of him, and the babes, instead of toddling out to greet him, hid their faces in their mothers' skirts when they saw him coming. Harold could not help knowing that the people liked his silent brother best, and the knowledge made him jealous, so a coldness sprang up between them. Now, it chanced one summer that Earl Harold went on to visit the King of Scotland, accompanied by his mother, the Countess Helga, and her sister, the Countess Falkirk. And while he was at the court, he met a charming young Irish lady, the Lady Moira, who had come from Ireland to Scotland to attend upon the Scottish Queen. She was so sweet and good and gentle that Earl Harold's heart was won, and he made up his mind that she, and only she, should be his bride. But although he had paid her much attention, Lady Moira had sometimes caught glimpses of his jealous temper. She had seen an evil expression in his eyes, and had heard him speak sharply to his servants, and she had no wish to marry him. So, to his great amazement, she refused the honour which he offered her, and told him that she would prefer to remain as she was. Earl Harold ground his teeth in silent rage, but he saw that it was no use pressing his suit at that moment. So what he could not obtain by his own merits, he determined to obtain by guile. Accordingly, he begged his mother to persuade the Lady Morna to go back with him on a visit, hoping that when she was alone with him in the Isle of Orkney, he would be able to overcome her prejudice against him and induce her to become his wife. And all the while he never remembered his brother Paul, or, if he did, he never thought it possible that he could be his rival. But that was just the very thing that happened. The Lady Morna, thinking no evil, accepted the Countess Helga's invitation, and no sooner had the party arrived back in Orkney than Paul, charmed with the grace and beauty of the fresh Irish maiden, fell head over heels in love with her, and the Lady Morna, from the very first hour that she saw him, returned his love. Of course, this state of things could not long go on hidden, and when Harold realised what had happened, his anger and jealousy knew no bounds. Seizing a dagger, he rushed up to the turret where his brother was sitting in private compartments, and threatened to stab him to the heart if he did not promise to give up all thoughts of winning the lovely stranger. But Paul met him with pleasant words. "Calm yourself, brother," he said. "It is true that I love the lady, but that is no proof that I shall win her. It is likely that she will choose me, whom all men name Paul the Silent, when she has the chance of marrying you, whose tongue moves so swiftly that to you is given the proud title of Harold the Orator." At these words, Harold's vanity was flattered, and he thought that, after all, his stepbrother was right, and that he had a very small chance, with his meagre gift of speech, of being successful in his suit. So he threw down his dagger, and shaking hands with him, begged him to pardon his unkind thoughts, and went down the stairs again, in high good humour with himself and the world. By this time, it was coming near to the feast of Yule, and at that festival it was the custom for the Earl and his court to leave Kirkwell for some weeks and go to the great palace of Ophir, 9 miles distant. And in order to see that everything was ready, Earl Paul took his departure some days before the others. The evening before he left, he chanced to find Lady Morna sitting alone in one of the deep windows of the great hall. She had been weeping, for she was full of sadness at the thought of his departure, and at the sight of her distress, the kind-hearted young Earl could no longer contain himself, but, folding her in his arms, he whispered to her how much he loved her, and begged her to promise to be his wife. She agreed willingly, hiding her rosy face on his shoulder. She confessed that she had loved him from the very first day that she had seen him, and ever since that moment she had determined that, if she could not wed him, she would wed no other man. For a little time they sat together, rejoicing in their newfound happiness. Then Earl Paul sprang to his feet. "Let us go and tell the good news to my mother and my brother," he said. "Harold may be disappointed at first, for I know, sweetheart, he would fain have had you for his own. But his good heart will soon overcome all that, and he will rejoice with us also. I'm sure of it." But the Lady Morna shook her head. She knew better than her lover what Earl Harold's feeling would be, and she would fain put off the evil hour. "Let us hold our peace till after Yule," she pleaded. "It will be a joy to keep the secret to ourselves, and there will be time enough then to let all the world know." Rather reluctantly, Earl Paul agreed, and the next day he set off for the palace of Orpheer, leaving his lady love behind him. Little he guessed the danger he was in, for all unknown to him, his step-aunt, Countess Falkirk, had chanced to be in the hall the evening before, hidden behind a curtain, and she had overheard every word that Morna and he had spoken, and her heart was filled with black rage, for she was a hard, ambitious woman, and she had always hated the young Earl, who was no blood relation to her, and who stood in the way of his brother, her own nephew. For if Paul were only dead, Harold would be the sole Earl of Orkney. And now that he had stolen the heart of the Lady Morna, whom her own nephew loved, her hate and anger knew no bounds. She had hastened off to her sister's chambers as soon as the lovers had parted, and there the two women had remained talking together till the chilly dawn broke in the sky. Next day, a boat went speeding over the narrow channel of water that separates Pomona from Hoy. In it sat a woman, but who she was, or what she was like, no one could say, for she was covered from head to foot with a black cloak, and her face was hidden behind a thick, dark veil. Snorl the dwarf knew her, even before she laid aside her trappings, for Countess Falkirk was no stranger to him. In the course of her long life, she had often had occasion to seek his aid to help her in her evil deeds, and she had always paid him well for his services in yellow gold. Snorl therefore welcomed her gladly, but when he heard the nature of her errand, his smiling face grew grave again, and he shook his head. "I have served thee well, lady, in the past," he said, "but methinks that this thing goes beyond my courage. For to compass an earl's death is a weighty matter, especially when he is so well beloved, as is the Earl Paul. You know why I have taken up my abode in this lonely spot. How I hope someday to light upon the magic carbuncle. You know also how the people fear me and hate me too. And if the young Earl died and suspicion fell on me, I must needs fly this island, for my life would not be worth a grain of sand. Then my chance of success would be gone. No, I cannot do it, lady. I cannot do it. But the wily countess offered him much gold and bribed him higher and higher, first with wealth, then with success, and lastly, she promised to obtain for him a high post at the court of the King of Scotland. And at that, his ambition stirred within him. His determination gave way, and he consented to do what she asked. I will summon my magic loom, he said, and weave a piece of cloth of finest texture and of marvellous beauty. And before I weave it, I will so poison the thread with a magic potion that when it is fashioned into a garment, whoever puts it on will die within minutes. You are a clever knave, answered the Countess, a cruel smile lighting up her evil face, and you shall be rewarded. Let me have a couple of yards of this wonderful web, and I will make a bonny waistcoat for my fine young Earl, and give it to him as a Yuletide gift. Then I reckon that he will not see the year out. That he will not, said Dwarf Snorl, with a malicious grin. And the two parted, after arranging that the piece of cloth should be delivered at the palace of Ophir on the day before Christmas Eve. Now, when the Countess Falkirk had been away upon her wicked errand, strange things were happening at the castle at Kirkwall. For Harold, encouraged by his brother's absence, offered his heart and hand once more to the Lady Morna. Once more she refused him, and in order to make sure that this scene would not be repeated, she told him that she had plighted her troth to his brother. When he heard this, he was so full of rage and fury. Mad with anger, he rushed from her presence, flung himself upon his horse, and rode away in the direction of the seashore. While he was galloping wildly along, his eyes fell on the snow-clad hills of Hoy, rising up across the strip of sea that divided one island from the other. And his thoughts flew at once to Snorl the dwarf, who he had on occasion, as well as his step-aunt, to visit in bygone days. I have it, he cried. Stupid fool that I was not to think of it at once. I will go to the dwarf Snorl and buy from him a love potion, which will make my Lady Morna hate my precious brother and turn her thoughts kindly towards me. So he made haste to hire a boat, and soon he was speeding over the tossing waters on his way to the island of Hoy. When he arrived there, he hurried up the lonely valley to where the Dwarfy Stone stood, and he had no difficulty in finding its uncanny occupant, for Snorl was standing at the hole that served as a door, his raven on his shoulder, gazing up at the setting sun. A curious smile crossed his face when, hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he turned round and his eyes fell on the young noble. "What brings you here, Sir Earl?" he asked gaily, for he scented more gold. "I come for a love potion," said Harold, and without more ado, he told the whole story to the dwarf. "I will pay you for it," he added, "and if you will give it to me quickly." Snorl looked at him from head to foot. "Blind must be the maiden, Sir Orator," he said. "Who needs a love potion to make her fancy so gallant a knight?" Earl Harold laughed angrily. "It is easier to catch a sunbeam than a woman's roaring fancy," he replied. "I have no time for jesting. For hearken, old man, there is a proverb that says, 'Time and tide wait for no man.' So I need not expect the tide to wait for me. This potion I must have now, and instantly." Snorl saw that he was in earnest. So, without a word, he entered his dwelling, and in a few minutes returned with a small vial in his hand, which was full of a rosy liquid. "Pour the contents of this into the Lady Morna's wine cup," he said, "and I warrant you that before 24 hours have passed, she will love you better than you love her now." Then he waved his hand as if to dismiss his visitor and disappeared into his dwelling place. Earl Harold made all speed back to the castle, but it was not until 1 or 2 days had elapsed that he found a chance to pour the love potion into Lady Morna's wine cup. But at last, one night at supper, he found an opportunity of doing so, and waving away the little page boy, he handed it to her himself. She raised it to her lips, but she only made a pretense at drinking, for she had seen the heated Earl fingering the cup, and she feared some deed of treachery. When he had gone back to his seat, she managed to pour the whole of the wine on the floor and smiled to herself at the look of satisfaction that came over Harold's face as she put down the empty cup. His satisfaction increased, for from that moment she felt so afraid of him that she treated him with great kindness, hoping that by doing so she would keep him in good graces until the court moved her to Ophir and her own true love could protect her. Harold, on his side, was delighted with her graciousness, for he felt certain that the charm was beginning to work, and that his hopes would soon be fulfilled. A week later, the court removed to the royal palace at Orford, where Earl Paul had everything in readiness for the reception of his guests. Of course, he was overjoyed to meet Lady Morna again, and she was overjoyed to meet him, for she felt that she was now safe from the unwelcome attentions of Earl Harold. But to Earl Harold, the sight of their joy was horrendous, and he could scarcely contain himself, although he still trusted in the efficiency of Snorl, the dwarf's love potion. As for Countess Falkirk and Countess Helga, they looked forward eagerly to the time when the magic web would arrive, out of which they hoped to fashion a fatal gift for Earl Paul. At last, the day before Christmas Eve, the two wicked women were sitting in the Countess Helga's chamber, talking of the time when Earl Harold would rule alone in Orkney, when a tap came to the window, and on looking round they saw Dwarf Snorro's grey-headed raven perched on the windowsill, a sealed packet on its beak. They opened the casement, and with a hoarse croak, the creature let the packet drop on the floor. Then it flapped its great wings and rose slowly into the air again, its head turned in the direction of Hoy. With fingers that trembled with excitement, they broke the seals and undid the packet. It contained a piece of the most beautiful material that anyone could possibly imagine, woven in all the colours of the rainbow and sparkling with gold and jewels. "This will make a bonny waistcoat," exclaimed Countess Falkirk with an unholy laugh. "The silent Earl will be a braw man when he gets it on." Then, without more ado, they set to work to cut out and sew the garment. All that night they worked, and all the next day, till late in the afternoon, when they were putting in the last stitches. Hurried footsteps were heard ascending the winding staircase, and Earl Harold burst open the door. His cheeks were red with passion, and his eyes were bright, for he could not but notice that, now that she was safe at Ophir, under her true love's protection, the Lady Morna's manner had grown cold and distant again, and he was beginning to lose faith in Snorro's charm. Angry and disappointed, he had sought his mother's room to pour out his story of vexation to her. He stopped short, however, when he saw the wonderful waistcoat lying on the table, all gold and silver and shining colours. It was like a fairy garment, and its beauty took his breath away. "For who did you purchase that for?" he asked, hoping to hear that it was intended for him. "It is a Christmas gift for your brother Paul," answered his mother, and she would have gone on to tell him how deadly a thing it was, had he given her the time to speak. But her words fanned his fury into madness, for it seemed to him that his hated brother was claiming everything. "Everything is for Paul. I am sick of his very name," he cried. "By my troth, he shall not have this," and he snatched the vest from the table. It was in vain that his mother and his aunt threw themselves at his feet, begging him to lay it down and warning him that there was not a thread in it which was not poisoned. He paid no heed to their words, but rushed from the room and, drawing it on, ran downstairs with a reckless laugh to show the Lady Moira how fine he was. Alas, alas, scarce had he gained the hall, and he fell to the ground in great pain. Everyone crowded round him, and the two countesses, terrified by what they had done, tried in vain to tear the magic vest from his body. But he felt that it was too late. The deadly poison had done its work, and waving them aside, he turned to his brother, who, in great distress, had knelt down and taken him tenderly in his arms. "I wronged you, Paul," he gasped, "for you have been ever true and kind. Forgive me, forgive my thoughts, and," he added, gathering up his strength for one last effort, and pointed to the two wretched women who had wrought all this misery, "beware of those two women, for they seek to take your life." Then his head sank back on his brother's shoulder, and, with one long sigh, he died. When he learned what had happened, and understood where the waistcoat came from, and for what purpose it had been intended, the anger of the silent Earl knew no bounds. He swore a great oath that he would be avenged, not only on Snorl the dwarf, but also on his wicked stepmother and her cruel sister. His vengeance was balked, however, for in the panic and confusion that followed Harold's death, the two countesses slipped out of the palace and fled off to the coast, and took the boat in haste to Scotland, where they had great possessions, and where they were much looked up to, and where no one would believe a word against them. But retribution fell on them in the end, as it always does fall sooner or later on everyone who is wicked or selfish or cruel. For the Norsemen invaded the land, and their castle was set on fire, and they perished miserably in the flames. When Earl Paul found that they had escaped, he set out in haste for the island of Hoy, for he was determined that the dwarf at least should not escape. But when he came to the Dwarfy Stone, he found it silent and deserted, all trace of its uncanny occupants having disappeared. No one knew what had become of them. A few people were inclined to think that the dwarf and his raven had accompanied the Countess Falkirk and the Countess Helga on their flight. But the greater part of the islanders held to the belief, which I think was the true one, that the powers of the air spirited Snorl away and shut him up in some unknown place as a punishment for his wickedness, and that his raven accompanied him. At any rate, he was never seen again by any living person, and wherever he went, he lost all chance of finding the magic carbuncle. As for the silent Earl and his Irish sweetheart, they were married as soon as Earl Harold's funeral was over, and for hundreds of years afterwards, when the inhabitants of the Orkney Isles wanted to express great happiness, they said, "As happy as Earl Paul and the Countess Morna." The mist hung low over the craggy hills, its tendrils creeping between the ancient standing stones that jutted out from the rugged landscape. Callum pulled his plaid cloak tighter against the chill morning air as he made his way through the ruins, his footsteps echoing off the weathered megaliths. He was to meet Fiona at the eastern edge of the circle, near the vault entrance, a cavity carved into the hillside generations ago to house the clan's most treasured possessions. It was there the clan leader awaited them, no doubt impatiently. As Callum approached, he spied Fiona's slender frame in the distance, her fiery locks whipping about her face in the wind. Though they had been comrades in many battles, their differing views on the ancient druids had often left them at odds. "You're late," Fiona called flatly as he drew nearer. "My apologies," Callum replied. "I wanted to examine the standing stones again before we met with Douglas. See if I could find anything pertaining to the missing tablet." Fiona scoffed. "More flights of fancy about the druids? I told you, they are but legends. Just stories made up for children." Callum held his tongue, knowing better than to argue the point with her now. Together, they turned and headed for the vault entrance, where the clan leader awaited, looking rather displeased. "There you are," Douglas growled. "It's about time. Come then, let's get this unfortunate business over with." He motioned for them to follow into the dimly lit vault. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, he led them toward a stone pedestal in the back, now conspicuously empty. "As you can see, a relic has gone missing," Douglas said grimly. I want you two to get to the bottom of this at once. Track down the thief and recover what has been taken from us. Callum stepped forward eagerly. You see, it had strange runes carved into it. What were these carvings? They could hold the key to... Superstitious nonsense. Douglas cut him off with a wave of his hand. I'll not have any more talk of druids or magic. This is a simple matter of theft. Now see to it at once. With that, he turned abruptly and marched from the vault, his fur mantle trailing behind him. Fiona shot Callum a smug look that spoke louder than words. With a frustrated sigh, he turned again to the empty pedestal, hoping silently that the answers they sought might reveal themselves soon. The winding path back to the village was still shrouded in a light morning mist as Callum and Fiona made their way up to the hillside. I suppose we ought to speak to anyone near the standing stones, Fiona said pensively. See if they witness someone lurking about or anything peculiar. Callum gave a nod. Aye, we must try to pick up some kind of trail. Though I confess, I haven't the faintest idea where to begin. Before Fiona could reply, hurried footsteps approached, and a gangly youth came bounding towards them. Callum recognised him as Alistair, the blacksmith's son. His face was flushed, and he was panting heavily. Thank the gods I found you both, Alistair exclaimed between laboured breaths. Please, you must come quickly. Something strange has happened at our home. Exchanging a sombre glance, Callum and Fiona followed the boy back down the path towards the village outskirts where his family lived. As they neared the modest hut, a woman's shrill screams rang out from within. Bursting through the back door, they found themselves in a scene of chaos. The blacksmith's wife was doubled over wailing, while her ashen-faced husband clutched her shoulders in an attempt to console her. What's happened here? Fiona asked urgently. The blacksmith, Angus, raised his head, his eyes hollow. My daughter found something near the standing stones. Something unnatural. He pointed a quivering finger towards the adjacent room. As Callum slowly peered past the wooden curtain, his eyes fell upon a small, motionless heap on the dirt floor. Kneeling down, cautiously, he pulled back the rough spun blanket it was wrapped in. Underneath lay the oddest creature he had ever laid eyes on. No bigger than a hare, but with the body of some alien rodent and large insect-like wings folded on its back. The poor thing was clearly dead, its glassy eyes staring ahead into nothingness. Rising slowly, Callum turned back to the distraught couple with furrowed brows. "Where is your daughter now?" Angus swallowed thickly. "She's in the back room. She found the creature while playing near the standing stones this morning. She brought it straight home to show us." His words trailed off into another sob. Fiona knelt to examine the lifeless beast once more, her eyes scrutinizing every detail. "I cannot fathom what sinister forces are at work here," she said gravely. Callum's jaw was set in a hard line, his mind racing. "We must take this to Douglas at once. He'll want to know of it right away." Solemnly wrapping the creature back up, Callum tucked it under his arm, while Fiona did her best to calm the hysterical family. With more questions than answers, they swiftly made their way to share this unsettling discovery with their clan leader. Callum and Fiona strode through the village, the strange winged creature wrapped and tucked under Callum's arm. Their boots stomped heavily up the steps to clan leader Douglas's chambers. Throwing open the doors, they found Douglas within, seated at his great carved table. His brows raised in surprise as Callum carefully laid the shrouded bundle before him. "What is the meaning of this?" Douglas demanded. Swiftly, Callum described finding this bizarre creature at the blacksmith Angus's home, and how his young daughter Ellen had discovered it by the standing stones that morning. "We've never seen anything like it," Callum explained breathlessly. "In all the legends, it sounds as if it could be some kind of fairy." Fiona shot him a skeptical look, but kept silent. Douglas's face paled at the suggestion. "Preposterous," he scoffed, though Callum detected a waver in his voice. Unwrapping the creature very slowly, Douglas scrutinized it closely, and after several long moments, he shook his head and recovered it up. "Clearly, this is just some abnormal animal, nothing more. But it is imperative no one in the clan hear of this. They'll just conjure up all manner of ridiculous tales." Douglas stood up abruptly, taking the creature in his hands. "I will take care of this," Douglas muttered. "Now go and speak nothing of it to anyone. You must return tonight under cover of darkness and make certain this family says not a word of this to anyone in the clan. And search their dwelling thoroughly, in case our missing tablet is concealed there. Troubled, Callum and Fiona left the chambers, wondering what sinister truth Douglas might be hiding about the creature's origins. A heavy gloom filled the single room of the blacksmith's hut as Callum and Fiona entered. But they found his wife, Maureen, seated alone near the fire, her face gaunt with eyes rimmed red. She raised her head slowly to look at them. "He's gone," she rasped. "Angus has vanished like smoke on the wind." Callum and Fiona exchanged an alarmed glance. Stepping forward, Callum asked urgently, "When did he disappear? Did he say where he was going?" Maureen shook her head. "Just before dusk. I begged him not to leave, but it was like speaking to a ghost. He's been lost. He's been lost ever since he came upon that cursed tablet." She dropped her face in her hands and wept. Kneeling beside her, Fiona gently gripped her shoulder. "Tell us what happened, Maureen. We need to understand." Through broken sobs, Maureen recounted how Angus had found the creature and the stone tablet beneath the standing stones, not their daughter. He had been a haunted man ever since, jumping at shadows and pacing restless nights away. Then, tonight, without warning or explanation, he had vanished into the darkness with the stone tablet. Callum felt a chill down his spine. Whatever dark magic was etched upon that tablet had overtaken Angus's body and soul. They needed to find someone familiar with ancient ways, someone who could make sense of the sinister forces now unfurled. "We will get to the bottom of this," Callum vowed. But where to begin this search eluded him. For now, they could only provide what meagre comfort they could to poor Maureen. Callum's mind raced as he and Fiona made their way from the blacksmith's hut back to the quiet village. They recounted all they had learned from Maureen, trying to fit the pieces together. "It's clear some ancient druid magic is at work here," he muttered. "That tablet must have awakened something in Angus. Who knows where its influence may spread next?" Fiona shook her head, brow furrowed. "You put too much stock in fanciful notions. The druids never even existed. There's no proof they ever did. There must be some kind of earthly explanation to all this. perhaps the strain of it all simply overwhelmed poor Angus. Callum frowned. You saw that creature with your own eyes, same as I. When have you ever seen anything like its nature before? And why is Douglas so secretive about it? He sent us down here to make sure they don't tell anyone of the creature. He kicked a stone across the path in frustration. I think you're chasing shadows and superstition, Fiona said dismissively. No good can come of it, for Angus or anyone else. She quickened her pace ahead. Callum's hands clenched at his sides. There had to be someone who knew of the old magics. Someone familiar with the way of the Druids and their relics. And then it hit him. What of old Fergus, the strange hermit on the edge of the village whom everyone called mad? Rumours were he kept all manner of peculiar artifacts and books. Perhaps he held some crucial piece of this puzzle. Callum declared, I know who we must seek out. Fiona turned, eyebrows raised. Oh no, not that wretched old fool Fergus. Have you any better ideas? Callum countered. With a resigned sigh, Fiona conceded to at least hear the old man out, though Callum sensed she still had no faith in pagan magics or legends. And so together they set off, hoping Fergus might shed some light on the dark mystery that had overtaken their village. The lonely hut sat nestled amidst a circle of crooked trees, isolated on the village outskirts. As Callum and Fiona approached, tendrils of smoke curled from its crumbling chimney. Rapping sharply on the weathered door, they heard shuffling from within, before it creaked slowly open. Fergus's heavily wrinkled face peered out, his wild grey hair hanging in tangles, and his eyes gleaming oddly in the dim interior. You've come at last, he rasped in his reedy voice, beckoning them inside with a gnarled hand. Ducking to avoid the low-hanging rafters, they entered the single-room dwelling, crammed to the ceiling with tottering piles of leather-bound books, bundles of dried herbs, jars of murky preserved creatures, and other strange artifacts. Fiona shifted uneasily amidst the chaotic clutter. Fergus bade them sit on small wooden stools by the soot-blackened fireplace as he stoked the flames with a blackened rod. Now then, he croaked, what brings you here to old Fergus? Callum recounted the bizarre creature's appearance, the engraved stone tablet, and Angus's troubling disappearance. Fergus stoked the fire in silence, shadows dancing across his weathered face. Callum wondered if he was even listening to him, But then he spoke. You seek knowledge of past calamities, Fergus said. Many centuries ago, a fierce war erupted between the fairy folk of the spirit realms and several warring human clans in this mortal world. The fairy folk sought to conquer more territory here. The humans sought to enter the other world of the fairy realm. He leaned in, the firelight giving his eyes a haunted look. Now the druids moved between the worlds through their rituals and magic. Both sides wished to ally with them against the other. But the druids sought balance above all. Fergus's voice dropped to a whisper. When the bloodshed climbed to catastrophic heights, men versus the fairy folk, the druids took drastic action. They opened a hidden gateway to the fairy realm, and they entered it and sealed it off behind them, cutting ties forevermore to end this war and to never be seen again. He shook his head sorrowfully. Some of us were stranded here after helping them open the door between worlds. We were oath-bound to keep watch, should it ever reopen. Fergus gripped Callum's arm tightly. With the stone tablet resurfacing, I fear the sealed gate is threatened. You must act swiftly. Callum and Fiona left the hut, pondering his ominous words. The stakes Fergus described were far greater than either had imagined. Callum and Fiona walked in pensive silence through the deepening dusk, back towards the village. As they reached the edge of the forest, Fiona finally broke the quiet. Well, that was certainly something, she said, shaking her head. I'll admit, even I had trouble following whatever tale he was spinning in there. Gates between worlds and fairy folk wars. It's utter nonsense. Callum nodded slowly, hands clasped behind his back. I confess, even I found the notion far-fetched. Fergus has clearly spent too many years in isolation, filling his mind with strange fancies. Fiona gave a derisive snort, and he seemed convinced he played some pivotal role in it all. Mad as a March hare, that one. As they continued on, Callum replied carefully. Still, madness holds a kernel of truth within. We dismiss his ramblings too hastily at our peril, perhaps. Fiona raised a skeptical eyebrow. You can't actually give credence to any of that fairy story. Callum hesitated before answering. No, of course not. You're right, it was foolishness to consult old Fergus. I might have allowed myself to get carried away on this one. Fiona clapped him on the back. Don't be too hard on yourself. But let's leave druids and world gates to bards' tales from now on, shall we? Callum managed a thin smile, not wanting to admit the chill that still clung to him after Fergus's dire warnings. Together, they continued on in silence through the deepening night, no closer to answers. They both returned to the village centre as night draped its dark cloak over the valley. Approaching the clan leader's timber hall, they found Douglas already waiting outside, his furrowed brow cast in grim shadows by the flickering torchlight. "There you two are," he called out gruffly as they drew near. "We've had an unexpected development in your absence." Douglas gestured with a rigid jerk of his arm toward where Angus cowered on the ground, nearby his family, flanked by two of the clan's largest warriors standing over them, spears gripped tightly in their meaty fists. "Angus, where did you find him?" Fiona demanded. "The blacksmith returned not long ago, deranged and raving like a man possessed," Douglas explained. "His family brought him here. He kept shrieking nonsense about fairy folk and the end of times." Douglas shook his head disgustedly. "My men were able to restrain him and recover the stone tablet from his ravings." "The stone tablet? It is here. You have it now?" asked Callum. "It has been secured back in our most guarded vault," Douglas declared coldly. "No one shall lay eyes on that cursed rock again if I have any say in it." Callum reluctantly nodded, casting his gaze back to Angus's family. "And what's to be done with them?" Douglas gritted his teeth, bitterness etching hard lines across his face in the firelight. "Their reckless actions threaten everything we've built here. For the safety of this clan, they must be banished before night's end." Fiona opened her mouth to object, but Douglas cut her off with a smouldering glare. Defeated, Callum and Fiona could only watch helplessly as the weeping family was hauled away into the darkness, doomed to exile and unknown hardship. Callum's blood boiled at the injustice, but challenging Douglas's decree would only risk meeting the same fate. But as Douglas turned to go inside, Callum caught his arm. unable to keep silent. Sir, if I could only just study the tablet's markings, I may discern their purpose. Douglas wrenched his arm violently free, eyes blazing like torch flames that cast writhing shadows across his grim face. Speak not another word of that damned rock, or you'll be chasing their heels into the night. Stung, Callum lowered his eyes, resentment burning bitter in his chest. For now, the tablet's enigmas would remain locked away, its secrets still tantalizingly out of reach. After bearing mute witness to Angus's family's cruel exile, Callum retreated to his hut, resentment simmering in his gut. Sleep eluded him as he tossed relentlessly, the tablet's mysterious engraving haunting his thoughts. As the moon crested overhead, though, a plan crystallized in Callum's mind. Slipping out into the silvery light, he made his way quietly to Fiona's hut and roused her from slumber. Fiona, I'm going to take a closer look at that tablet, with or without Douglas's approval, he whispered urgently. Will you stand with me? Fiona shook her head, hair tangled from sleep. You know that's madness. We'd be banished or worse. But Callum would not be deterred. He would go on, alone. The moon crested overhead as he slipped out into the silvery light and stealthily traversed the clan grounds until he came upon a remote corner far from any dwellings. Brushing away leaves and debris, he revealed a large stone slab set flush into the earth. With great effort, Callum slid the massive stone aside, exposing a dark opening leading down beneath the ground. He lowered himself into the hidden underground vault, feeling his way in the oppressive blackness within. Finally, his hands found the carved ruins of the tablet atop a stone pedestal. Approaching tentatively, Callum felt a strange charge in the air that hovered around the relic. The cryptic ruins almost seemed to throb with a faint inner light, like a heartbeat. He knew not what this meant, but he knew he must learn its purpose. Driven by determination, Callum wrapped the relic in cloth and ascended back to the surface with his secret prize. And reaching the edge of the village, he made straight for Fergus's remote hut. Rousing the eccentric man from his cot, Fergus's eyes went wide at the revealed relic. At last, quickly now, boy. We must trace the path of our forebears, Fergus exclaimed, grabbing the tablet and hurrying outside. Bewildered but compelled, Callum followed without a word. Together, they wound through the shadowy trees, Fergus muttering under his breath in a strange tongue. Callum wondered desperately what knowledge or salvation this night might bring. Callum followed close on Fergus's heels as the old man wove through the trees, muttering arcane words that raised the hairs on Callum's neck. And soon they emerged into a moonlit clearing surrounded by towering standing stones. Setting the tablet reverently on a weathered altered stone, Fergus began tracing his fingers over the cryptic ruins, while chanting in a long-forgotten tongue. The wind picked up, howling through the circle of monoliths as dark clouds gathered overhead. Suddenly, forked lightning cracked down from the sky, striking each standing stone in succession. The ruins etched into them began to glow with ethereal light. The air grew thick with energy, building to a fever pitch until a blinding rift tore open before Callum's astonished eyes. Through this shimmering portal, a figure emerged, clad in flowing robes, his face obscured by a hood. He approached Fergus purposefully as the portal flickered behind him. Fergus, we did not forget you, old friend, the stranger said in a voice that echoed as if from another world. The way is open for you to join us again. Fergus nodded solemnly, turning to place a hand on Callum's shoulder. Your time will come, boy, but have patience. Guard your knowledge carefully, for there are those in this world who would twist it toward darker aims. With those final enigmatic words, Fergus stepped forward toward the portal where the robed figure awaited. In a flash of light, they were gone, leaving only empty air where moments before a door between worlds had stood open. Reeling, Callum stumbled forward just as a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking him squarely in the chest. The force of it hurled him backwards as the energy coursed through his body. Then all went dark. Sunlight streamed into the room as Callum slowly awoke, head still groggy. Before him, he found clan leader Douglas seated sternly at his bedside, with Fiona hovering nervously behind him. "Welcome back to the land of the living, boy," Douglas said gruffly. "You gave us all quite a fright, disappearing like that." Callum sat up slowly, wincing. "What happened? I can't seem to remember." Fiona stepped forward, brow creased with concern. "I found you unconscious near the standing stones last night. You've been asleep since we brought you back here." Douglas then gripped his arm a little too tightly. "And the tablet has vanished again. Stolen on your watch, Callum." He glowered at him. "Well, what have you to say?" Callum shook his head, afraid to say what he had really witnessed. Only foggy glimpses, lightning at the stones, but nothing clear yet. Douglas grunted in disgust. "Well, you'll both have to find the tablet, and do it quick." He marched from the room, murmuring to himself. After he had gone, Fiona sat down next to Callum. He tried to sit up. "You won't believe this, Fiona." "Ah!" He lay back down, still hurting from the lightning strike. "Honestly, Fiona, you won't believe what I witnessed." "Just focus on recovering your strength," said Fiona, lightly touching his arm. As Fiona stood to leave, she paused meaningfully by the doorway. There will be time later to discuss recent events more fully. She tapped her satchel where Callum glimpsed the stone tablet's engraved corner peeking out. Callum managed a wry smile. "I thought you didn't believe in fairy stories and nonsense, as I recall you saying." Fiona returned his smile. "Let's just say recent occurrences have given me reason to reevaluate certain assumptions." She gave him a meaningful look. "We'll talk again when you're better." Relief washed over Callum as the door closed behind her, and it seemed with certainty that their adventure here was far from over yet.